Okay. Good morning, everyone. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits that this land provides to all of us. We call a meeting to order this morning at 9:03 a.m. If we look at our agenda for today, we have 2 time commitments. We have 2 public hearings scheduled for 10 a.m. and we have our delegation at 11:30 for our 2026 Bursary Award recipients. Moving to the formal adoption of the agenda, are there any proposed additions, deletions, any edits to the agenda as presented? Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you, John. John has moved to adopt the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Moving down, before you have the County Council meeting minutes of July 16th, 2026. Are there any errors, omissions, anything arising from the minutes as presented? Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to approve the council meeting minutes from July 16, 2026 meeting.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved to approve the County Council meeting minutes of July 16th, 2026 as presented. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We can move down then in our agenda to our subdivision applications. We have 5 subdivision applications for today. We'll start at number 1. D1 Subdivision Application 2026-0-029 1204158 Alberta Limited. Good morning, Kaylin. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Council. So as mentioned, we have 5 subdivision applications before you as the subdivision authority. We'll start with subdivision application 2026-0-029. It is a subdivision of 10.09 acres from an 86.7 acre title for country residential use. Let me just pull up the map here. It is directly west of the town of Nobleford boundary and north of Highway 519. And with that, I will pass it on to Steve for recommendations.
Good morning. This first application, just on the doorstep there to the town of Nobleford on the west side of the town and the CPR tracks there. As you can see there, they're looking to subdivide at the very northern portion of their title, that 10.09 acres. Technically, this is treated as a first parcel out subdivision for the applicant. All the remnant of the quarter section on the east side is the municipality for the town of Nobleford, as well for the some road and the CPR rail line, which doesn't count towards subdivision of the landowner applicant. One of the unique things about this parcel as well is there is a small little triangle piece at the very south end that is actually in the town of Nobleford. So this parcel, the title itself, has a split municipal jurisdiction. So even though the subdivision is occurring on the Lethbridge County side of the border, the town of Nobleford also has to do an approval in order for it to go through land titles. So they'll be doing a concurrent approval on this as well, which I believe their meeting is next week for the town of Nobleford on it. So with that, this is in the IDP area with the town of Nobleford. That plan basically does allow for a single type of subdivision to come out. Anything additional further, some of the policies in there then direct that an area structure plan, that sort of thing, has to be done. One of the things with this application, there is a small little piece on the east side running parallel to the tracks, a little L-shaped there. As you cross the tracks, there's a easement access right-of-way that goes up to the north for the north landowner, and there's a yard up there as well. There's access right-of-way that goes directly to the west to a yard on the west side there. So as you come across the tracks, that little piece will be, as Kaylin's shown there, will be dedicated as road. in order to capture it now, so it doesn't get lost. If any further subdivision was to occur in this area, the IDP does talk about a road concept plan has to be done on this west side to provide some continuity to the north, south, and the west. So that piece will be, that first piece will be in place to cross the tracks. The IDP did identify this crossing as an access. However, the CPR does control the access of the crossing there. The applicants did have to obtain a CPR crossing agreement for the CPR for this subdivision in order to utilize that, which they do have in writing that agreement. One of the things in reviewing the application, the town Milford did request that that road just be kind of squared off, or the line run all the way parallel on the west side there. They have a little access that goes into their water reservoir parcel there to the south, and just to kind of keep that squared off, and then their area too would be included in that. So it'll be reflected in one of the conditions of approval. So with this, the south end of the parent parcel does touch Highway 519. So during the circulation, Alberta Transportation, since they're using internal access, has no concerns or objections to the application. And there were no other objections or concerns received on it. Since the package came out, we've heard from the other utility companies. At this time, nobody requires any easements or anything for utilities. The parcel itself will require a waiver to be approved because it is a bare land parcel at the moment. At the 10.09 exceeds the 3 acre parcel size. The request for the parcel as is for a couple of reasons. One is that they do want to develop the main part of the yard more to the west to be away from the CPR tracks. And as well, the parcel designed the way it is will follow that existing access right away and the driveway that's there for the neighbor to the west, and their parcel will physically touch all the way to the east side to that road dedication to the crossing to go across the tracks there. So with that, the recommendation in front of you is to approve the application. It does conform to the IDP. It is in Planning Area 1B, and it conforms to those policies as well, with the waiver granted to approve the 10 acres, 10.09 acres rather than the 3. It otherwise complies with the land use bylaw and the subdivision criteria, and the approval would be based on those 5 conditions there. That taxes paid up to paid and up to date, a development agreement entered into the county, where the county can outline the terms of that road. That surveyed plan be submitted, which includes the road dedication that extends all the way to the south of Plan 731HG and Parcel B, which is the town's water reservoir. The soils analysis would be done for the private septic system, and the town of Nobleford has to provide a concurrent endorsement for land titles and an approval as well. So with those 5 conditions, the recommendation is to approve on that basis.
Thank you, Steve. I'd open up to council. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I'm looking at this subdivision proposal, I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly. The access right-of-way that is going to the parcel on the left, the 0012977, that is remaining with the main part of the parcel, and I'm assuming that that would be handled by some sort of private agreement between the landowners. That's not going to be turned into a roadway or a driveway?
Not at this point, that's correct. It'll remain in place and it's on title currently.
Okay, thank you.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just tell me again, which part is the town's? Is it that little square there?
Of the title,
Yeah.
at the very south end,
This,
that piece right there.
Oh, so it's actually not part of this subdivision?
I mean, it's technically part of the title, but they're subdividing on the county side of the parent title, and that's part of the remnant. Just the boundary between the two of you, where there was an old road plan there, is just on the other side, so it's...
So then, does Kip Street end at the railroad tracks?
Yes.
And then it becomes a private access, or
Yes.
a access agreement, okay.
That's
Thank you.
correct.
Anything further? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me zoom in.
With the landowner?
So to clarify for council, when this application came forward, it was really to try to figure out how to allow for a country residential subdivision, it being the first title out, but also rectifying some of the road plan issues we have today and trying to make sure that we will have road dedicated for future subdivisions. So we looked back at the IDP and the conceptual road network and determined what amount of road needed to be dedicated to make sure that other parcels will have access if they want to develop in the future, while still allowing this subdivision to go forward. And then Nobleford did identify a really good opportunity to square off the triangle so that they have a full road plan to access their water treatment plant. So there was a lot of opportunities to fix existing line work.
Anything else? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that subdivision application number 2026-0-
It is exactly 2 miles east of the city of Lethbridge, immediately east of the Highway 4. And this is really a reconfiguration and consolidation of 4 titles. And so the reconfigured titles will be 99, 8, 178, and 1.7 acres in size. There's a substantial number of diagrams that Steve will walk through with his recommendations.
And on this application, I guess the easiest way to describe it is by looking at the images showing the land before and after. Basically what the proposal is that it's enable land swap and title reconfiguration between the adjacent parcels, largely as a result of a project driven by the SMRID. There's a portion of former canal right-of-way in there that the SMRD no longer needs. They made agreement with the landowners to dispose some of it and consolidate it into their lands. And part of that too is just realigning the boundaries to some of the existing land uses on the property as well, along with that, so the parcel sizes get adjusted. So there will be approximately 1.7 acres. So that parcel will remain as an irrigation plan at the very west end for the SMRID. There's a yard in there that currently is that 3.37 hectares or 8.25 acres. That their yard, it's the same landowner that has the title to the east, the larger agriculture parcel. And on the air photo, you can see that their yard kind of extends and there's fenced to the back. So there's kind of following the angle of their existing yard and such there, and the land outside the cultivated land. And then there's a slight adjustment between the 2 ag pieces based on the canal and that sort of thing. So it is a land swap and configuration occurring between all of them. Just as you can see there where the former and the blue line, the canal was, just how in the end the new black line showed the parcel lines there, just to try to clean that up and straighten it out in the end with that disposal of the SMRD canal and them no longer needing it. So so with this application, there was no provincial interests, historical resources, that type of thing, environmental stuff that are affected by it. The application is in close proximity to Highway 4, although Alberta Transportation doesn't require anything and there's no concerns with it. The parcels themselves, with the realignment, is that there will be no additional titles created in the end. They start with 4 titles. In the end, there's still 4. It's just different sizes, a little bit between the 2, with that kind of land swap and configuration going on. So this does align with the county subdivision policies for realignment, reconfiguration of titles. There's no additional titles created. There's no objections or concerns received. Since the application came out, we've now heard back from the utility companies, the additional that didn't respond previous. There's no easements required. So on that basis, there's a recommendation of approval in front of you, and that'd be based on the 4 conditions of the taxes being paid. If the county requires a development agreement, that they enter into that with the county. The 3rd condition is the survey final survey that needs to be done based on the approval on that reconfiguration. And the fourth just had talked about any easements there. It doesn't look like any are required, but it does align with your reconfiguration policy, so the recommendation is to approve it.
Thank you, Steve. I'd open up to council. Eric, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While complicated in the paperwork side of things, it looks like it's been well laid out. And with that, I would like to move the recommendation that subdivision application 2026-0-077 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Eric. Eric's moved the recommendation that subdivision application 2026-0-077 be approved, subject to the conditions outlined in the draft resolution. Is there any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thanks, Eric. Third subdivision for today, subdivision application 2026-0-085. Kaylin?
Thank you. So subdivision application 2026-0-085, it's within a portion of northeast quarter 11-8-21 west of the 4th. Here's the map. So it is located 1 mile west of Highway 4 and a half a mile east of the city of Lethbridge. The proposal before you is to subdivide a 6.83 acre title from the existing 79 acres, and this falls under the legacy yard country residential use under our land use bylaw. And with that, I'll pass it on to Steve for recommendations.
And so this application is, I guess, your second at the county here since the policy went in on the legacy yard site. This application was made on that basis. The parent title itself has existed since 1952. The property's been in the same family for multiple generations. There's still the older home that was built in the 1950s on the property. And then there's a second newer home on the west side of the parcel that was built around 1996 that is on the west side. So the application, as you can see there, they're taking the yard out of the northeast corner along the road. There's a 72.65 acre residual. There is an abandoned gas well on this property, but it's located to the southwest on the agricultural portion. And the existing yard and the subdivision coming out meets the setback distances to that abandoned gas well, so there's no concerns with that. The application is in the IDP area with the city of Lethbridge, with the legacy yard site policy being put in, and the city was circulated at that time. This application conforms to the county's bylaw subdivision criteria, and on that basis, the city of Lethbridge has no concerns and did not object to the application. As well, it is within the referral distance of AT, and AT also has no concerns since their infrastructure roads aren't being impacted by it, and they take access off that local county road. So this application does meet the legacy yard site criteria. It would appear from you as council have to be satisfied with that, but it does appear the yards has existed for at least 50 years or more, and it's been in the same family. So the recommendation in front of you is to approve the application. On this application, there would be the applicability of a municipal reserve payment to the county. That market value did come in at $55,116 per acre for the municipal reserve payment on that 6.83 acre yard portion only. It's not applicable on the other agricultural residual piece. So with the payment of municipal reserve, the other 4 conditions there with the taxes development agreement, the final survey plan, and then the 4th referred to the utility easements. We've since heard back from ATCO and Fortis, and they don't require anything at this point. So with that, the recommendation is to approve the application as applied for.
Thank you, Steve. I'd open up to council. Quidler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just one quick, how many dollars an acre did you say it was valued at?
It came in at $55,116 per acre.
Okay. With that, I would move subdivision application 2026-0085 with the 4 conditions.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved the recommendation that subdivision application 2026-0-085 be approved subject to conditions for the reasons outlined in the draft resolution. Is there any further discussion? Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much question or whatever, but just a statement on it that I think the land assessment is plenty high on it due to location and existing land around it. Thank you.
Anything else? I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Our 4th subdivision application, 2026-0-086.
Okay, thank you, council. So subdivision application 2026-0-086. It's a portion of the southeast quarter 10, 11, 21 west of the 4th. It is located a mile north of the town of Picture Butte. So right there. And just west of Highway 25. The proposal before you is to resplit a title, which is 5.38 acres, into 2 titles, being 2.48 and 2.8 respectively for country residential use. And with that, I'll pass it on to Steve for recommendations.
So this application in front of you is a resplit of an existing title, 20 acres less in size. The county has a subdivision policy to enable such. As you can see, maybe in the photo there, they have a developed yard in the north side with a dwelling on there. They're looking to subdivide the south portion. That south portion, a little bit larger at 2.8 acres. It will include on the west perimeter, the east perimeter, I should say, a panhandle that goes up to the north end where the existing access is, that goes out to Highway 25. To provide direct physical access to that south parcel. So as part of the application, there will be a little service road dedication at that very northeast corner there, a little 20 by 20 box at the access point there. That is a requirement of Alberta Transportation. They don't require and won't take service road along the whole east perimeter there because, as you can see, the parcel pretty much dead ends at the south end. It runs into the LNID, into reservoir land at the south end there. So there's no need, no opportunity for additional subdivision or access at that south end there. This last parcel here it would be kind of like the end of the street there, so to speak. So with the road dedication being provided, Alberta Transportation has no objections to the application and has authorized that the county could proceed to approve it. As part of the referral out, it is just outside the IDP area with the town of Picture Butte. It is just within the boundary, but it's at the very kind of north perimeter of that IDP. This type of subdivision is allowed in the IDP as a resplit under the county's policy, provided the policy is conformed with. In reviewing this application, there are a couple confined feeding operations to the west of this. It does meet all the MDSs to the operations on the west and northwest of it. So lying outside the applicable MDS, minimum distance separation area. So there's no conflict there. As part of this application, ACO Gas was the one utility company that does require an easement for a gas line that runs through there. So with that, it does conform to your resplit policy. The access will be dealt with through the condition there of providing that service road, that shared approach kind of there at the northeast. There was no objections or concerns received on it. So the recommendation is to approve. There is also the applicability of municipal reserve payment on this application on the parent title, which would be the 5.3 acres. That value came in at $66,037 per acre. The other conditions be the 6 outlined there, the taxes paid, the development agreement entered into to address the road and the access, the soils analysis be undertaken for that south 2.8 acre lot. Their final plan of survey be submitted, that the ACO and Fortis also requested utility easement be addressed through condition number 5, and that road dedication has to be signed off and approved by Alberta Transportation as part of the final endorsement, which is addressed through condition number 6. So with those 6 conditions and the municipal reserve payment, with those being applied, the recommendation is to approve as applied for.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Galen. I would open it up to council. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seems like a very straightforward split of a parcel in an area that is heavily fragmented anyway. So I'd like to move that subdivision application 2026-0-086 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, John. John has moved that subdivision application 2026-0-086 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And our final subdivision application for today, number 5, subdivision application 2026-0-087. Kaylin?
Thank you, Council. So subdivision application 2026-0-087. It is within the north half 13A21 west of the 4th and southwest quarter 24A21 west of the 4th. So again, it's back located immediately east of the city by 1 mile, and it's adjacent to Highway 4. The proposal before you today is to subdivide a fragmented quarter and create a 76-acre agricultural title from the current 110-acre title. And with that, I will pass it on to Steve for recommendations. This one.
Yeah, this application, the final one here is to basically divide what's left of the quarter section on the west side of Highway 4 and the CPR rail line into the 2 agricultural portions. The south is the cultivated vacant agricultural land portion at the 76.57 acres. The north portion will be the remnant of what's left in that title. That will be a title in 2 parts and currently has to remain that way. Just the way the canal was done with this title and the CPR rail line and Highway 4. And there's an irrigation canal on the west side as well. That little northern triangle piece is basically a physical island. It doesn't touch any road at all. So that has to remain with the portion just south of it. So it's what we call a title in 2 parts. So it's legally, it is 1 parcel. They do kind of cross that canal to get in there, the canal on the west side, but there's no legal physical point where it touches any public roadway at all. And that's the only way to get in there is by crossing the canal. So this application, it is an agricultural split. It is within the IDP area, obviously along close to the city there. It's just beside Stewart Siding. The city has no objections or concerns to the proposal as the applicants have applied for, and for it being an agricultural subdivision. As well, Alberta Transportation has no concerns, not taking any direct access to Highway 4 there. So with this application, there was, during the circulation, ACO Gas did request a utility easement for the south piece there where they have a gas line running through. That's currently unprotected. So other than that, it does meet the policies as a fragmented title, being split into the 2 agricultural portions. And with that, I think the conditions there, the 5 outlaid in front of you with the taxes, a development agreement entered if the county needs it. They would need a surveyor sketch just to confirm where they want to put that property line, which is close to the existing dwelling and yard, that there's no encroachments, and it is able to meet the setbacks to the dwelling and such. And that the ATCO easement as a 5th condition be applied. So with those 5 conditions, the recommendation is to approve as applied for.
Thank you, Steve. I would open up to council. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I first saw this, I was trying to figure out why that north parcel was sort of to be remained in there and why it wasn't subdivided out. But now I get it. There's absolutely no access to it because of the way the railroad and the canals run. So I appreciate that explanation. And seeing that, I'd like to move that subdivision application 2026-0-087 be approved subject to conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, John. John has moved that subdivision application 2026-0-087 be approved subject to the conditions outlined in the draft resolution. Is there any further discussion from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Keelan. Thank you, Steve. Why don't we move in our agenda to item F, Department Reports F 1.2, Development Permit Application 26 D0134. Morning, Jessica.
Good morning, everyone, council. So in front of you here today is Development Permit Application 26-D0134 for Vanderhoff. I'm just going to pull it up here. So this particular application in front of you is for an addition to an accessory building to operate a power sports business in Iron Springs. You may recognize it from last year, as we did have, oh, I apologize, there's no map. We did have an application come in for this exact use in early 2025. That application was approved. This is the same applicant. They are just wishing to enlarge the building by an additional about 500 square feet. So the proposed use is located on a parcel zoned hamlet direct control, for which council is the development authority. So the use of the existing shop as a power sports business, as I mentioned, was previously approved by county council on the property. The actual addition footprint beyond what was approved last year is an additional 525 square feet for a total addition footprint of 1,575 square feet. Under the Land Use Bylaw 24-007, commercial use is considered suitable by council, is a permitted use under the Hamlet Direct Control District. We did receive comments back from Alberta Transportation since this report was initially drafted. They've come back stating that they are exempt from a roadside development permit. That is listed as an informative on the drafted development permit before you. Additionally, the development permit draft lists that the previous development permit be rescinded and that the applicant is to submit a grading and drainage plan for approval by the county prior to beginning construction, at which time, once it's approved, they would have 2 years to complete that grading. For these reasons, the recommendation here is that development permit 26-D0134 be approved as drafted. The alternatives are that county council may refuse the development permit application. This would be at your discretion on the basis that the addition could be seen as an unsuitable use, and the financial impact is that any future development on the parcel is subject to a commercial industrial tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. I'd open up to council for any questions or discussion. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I look at the proposal and the recommendations, we're saying that that the proposed addition increases the previously approved additional footprint by 525 square feet. But when I go and look down on the proposed plan,
This plan?
it's saying a proposed 45 by 35 addition, so that would give us an additional...
1,575 square feet.
Right, yeah, okay, so that was just a typo then?
No, so what it's saying is that last year we approved an addition for just over 1,000 square feet. The applicant wishes to expand it further, so instead of the 1,000, it will be just over 1,500 total.
I'm less confused now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of
I was
course.
trying to figure out where the math was not working in my head, so I appreciate that. Thank you, that's all I had.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it fits within its area and an existing business that's doing well and has a place in the community. I'd like to move the recommendation that development permit 26-D0134 be approved as drafted.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved that development permit 26-D0134 be approved as drafted. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank
Thank you, Jessica. Why don't we now move up? One item, department reports F1, development and infrastructure F1.1, bylaw number 26-016, Lethbridge County Subdivision Authority bylaw.
Okay, thanks. So thank you, Council. Bylaw 26-016, it is the Lethbridge County Subdivision Authority bylaw. We discussed it last meeting and only passed first reading, and I'm actually here to follow up on a few questions Council did have. So to start with, I will run through the Subdivision Authority bylaw and what's being proposed. So the Municipal Government Act requires every municipality to have a subdivision authority bylaw. Lethbridge County has relied on bylaw number 1103 since 1995, which has dedicated council as the subdivision authority. I think since 1995, the Lethbridge County has faced substantial change in planning and development pressures, and we do receive quite a few applications every year. It is reaching 40 applications annually that are coming before council. So just practicality of what our application volumes are today and differing planning administration practices and how this authority can be delegated, and really placing routine decisions before council is how we are managing it today, and reflecting on modern practices where routine decisions are delegated to administration. So the bylaw proposed before you today, if I go to it, it's really meant to identify a two-tier model. Basically, the subdivision authority is delegated to the Director of Development and Infrastructure, where applications are considered routine. So examples when we're looking at agricultural title reconfigurations, the first parcels out, when a area has already been rezoned for group country residential by council, subdividing those out into the 2-acre appropriate lot size that complies with area structure plan. Like, those are the examples of very routine applications that we're seeing that the director would be the authority. This bylaw is indicating that a decision would be rendered by council in very certain circumstances. So if the applicant requests that the application go before council, so this probably would be in a circumstance where administration and the applicant don't agree. Maybe we're in a circumstance of a refusal. They may ask for it to be heard by council before the subdivision authority makes a decision. The second is if there is any referring agency, so Alberta Transportation, a school board, if any of those referring agencies object the application, it would come before council instead of administration making the decision. If there's any variance or waiver in the application, if a statutory plan is not being applied that council approved, any circumstance where a consideration outside the land use bylaw, that would have to come before council. So if you recall, there was one application today that we heard that required a very slight waiver. That would have had to come before council if this is the bylaw we're considering. If the director determines that there's any significant policy, technical, community impacts, they would have the discretion to bring it before council instead of them making a decision. And then if council passed any resolution or bylaw that dedicated subdivision authority for a specific area. So if we look at some specific subdivisions in the county that in the past we've made decisions about, McDermott, section 26, where like we put very prescriptive land use policies in place, those could be circumstances where council would make the decision at a long range planning perspective that I want to continue to be hearing the subdivisions coming before us. So those are the kind of prescriptive cases where council would hear the application, even though you're delegating it to the director. And so I just want to roll back up now. In the council report, I did give you an outline of application statistics. I pulled applications since 2020 through 2025 and then 2026 year to date. So we've received 187 applications over 5 years. Those have all came before council. It's averaged about 31 applications per year, but in recent years, it's been more like 35 to 40. We have had 16 year to date. I know there's currently 6 applications with ORIS under review, so there is 6 more coming. During this period, there was only 3 applications refused, and subsequently, I only found 1 subdivision authority appealed, which went to Lappert. 21 of the applications were considered for waivers. 18 of those were approved of the 21. And in terms of processing time, because I think this is the biggest impact that we will see if authority is delegated. So from an application being received to deemed complete, currently the county averages about 12 days. The Municipal Government Act requires that we're doing that within 20 days. Complete to a decision. So once we deem it complete, we do the circulations, draft up the decision, schedule it for council. We're at 56 days. So the Municipal Government Act requirement is 60 days. So yes, we're hitting the target, but I want to say 1 in 5 applications are taking more than 60 days. So about 20% of applications are exceeding the Municipal Government Act requirements, and we're having to ask the applicant for an extension to get it before council. From decision to endorsement, the average is 160 days. This is a really hard one to nail down, and it's because it's a lot under the control of the applicant meeting the conditions that are being set. So different personal circumstances happen, there's delays, financial delays, like that is really out of our control, but I just wanted to give you a ballpark of where we're at. There is applications taking a number of years to actually get endorsed to land titles because meeting conditions is challenging. So then I want to talk about the types of applications. I kind of gave you a breakdown the best I could. So about 25% of our applications are agricultural reconfigurations. They're very routine. 55% are rural ag existing farmyards or bareland farmsteads, routine again. 8% are that group country residential where you've already heard a previous decision. So you've heard a rezoning or an area structure plan before you, and the subdivision is just that subsequent step. And then 12% is commercial industrial. Again, usually there is a council decision related to rezoning or area structure plan at some point in time. So it has been before council before. So I hope that information clarifies the questions that we had last meeting, but I'm more than happy to answer some more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am opposed to this. I believe the council should remain the subdivision authority, and I would agree that there are some exemptions to that. I think we had a perfect example today where you reconfigured the property lines out by Stewart Siding. Both cases were fairly simple. I think both of those are more than adequately handled by administration. However, I do feel it's part of our duty as a municipally elected councillor to act as a subdivision authority. Ultimately, regardless of whether administration is the authority or we are, council is still responsible to the ratepayers. So we will hear about it one way or another. I think the current process is working, and it's fitting in the MGA timelines. And according to all we've heard before, once you take over from Old Man River, you will be able to speed up the process and should narrow down the times. So I think that it should speed up and be more than adequate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo the statements that Councillor Hickey has said. I believe that it is our responsibility as public-facing figures to deal with public-facing decisions like this. And, you know, looking at the load in terms of the applications that have been put in over the years, you know, I don't see this as being an extremely burdensome process as it is. We're meeting the timelines within the MGA, and I appreciate that, you know, at 20% of the time, there may have to be an extension for one reason or another. In terms of, you know, if we're looking at the decision to force at 160 days, well, that really doesn't factor into this decision-making process whatsoever in my mind, because that is something that is related to information or, you know, how fast the applicant actually gets his stuff together and gets put into place. I do agree that things like a simple property realignment would be something that we wouldn't necessarily need to see, but anything more complicated than that, I would still like to see come in front of council, and council be the ultimate decision.
Thanks, John. Just maybe for the benefit of Lauren and John that weren't here at the last meeting, I think we anticipated some of the comments that you would make today, and I think that was part of the reason why council at the time decided to push this to today. So I would look around at your fellow councillors and just acknowledge the fact that I think we did see this being something that we felt was something that should come to council and for further discussion with a full, albeit Kevin not being here today, group of council here. I think the conversation that we had at the time was perhaps different. And I guess maybe I'll just speak from my perspective. I guess I see our role differently than maybe John and Lauren do, in the sense that I don't feel that it's council's role to necessarily face public-facing issues. I think it's our job as council to put in good policy, solid policy, good bylaws, and then react to those living documents in a way that I think stewards a better future for the community. I don't think it's necessarily our job to be in the mud on every single decision. I know I will give this council credit. I think we do a good job of staying the course, but I have seen in the past when you have councillors talking about doing it for their guy or their people, and I think that's a slippery slope. I think at the end of the day, we are elected to represent all of the municipality, whether they live in our division or not. So I do think there's a bit of a balancing act there, and I do think it's open to interpretation how you see your role. I don't think there's a right way or a wrong way. I just think that maybe we see it differently. Kaylin, I thought with some of the comments we had last time, I appreciate some of the information you brought back, and I would again counter both Lauren and John in that I think what you're saying and where you have concern, I think has been addressed within the draft, and that, you know, there's the opportunity for every applicant to come before council. I think it takes away some of those maybe rubber stamp ones, which I would suggest by and large every subdivision application we had today, and I think as Kaylin outlined, one perhaps, but I still feel that was, I would have felt comfortable with staff making that call. Yeah, I guess it just comes down to what you as council want, how you see us moving forward and evolving, and I just think this is a further step in that evolution. Yeah, those are just my thoughts. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, read it the first time, read it the second time, still don't have any solid yay or nay on it. There's definitely apprehensions on to not current but future, that at some point down the road. The what ifs are definitely dark and lurking on things going not in a positive direction. I think I can comfortably draw consensus that there's room for improvement, and as council we can be part of that to help some of this out. So what I'd like to propose today is that we proceed with second reading, and then once again, those that are opposed, state the direct concerns and see that they're not being addressed. A bunch of them are being addressed, I think, by reading it comprehensively, and then there's a few that I think could also be looked at a little bit further. So that's my proposal. That I'd like to move the bylaw, let me pull this up, that bylaw 26-016, being the subdivision authority bylaw, be read for a second time, with the idea that we table the third and make sure that we have it fully fleshed out. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. So Eric has moved that bylaw 26-016, being the subdivision authority bylaw, be read a second time. I'd open it again up for any discussion or comments. Go ahead, Mark.
Sorry, just one comment. I don't see this as a threat to the authority or the control of council. I see this as a compromise. It gives council still, we still have the final discretion. If there's an issue, the residents can bring it forward to us, and council can oversee that and address that and adjudicate it. I think it's moving forward as we've progressed and as things are changing. This is just another piece of the county moving forward and being more proactive and progressive. So I understand Lauren and John's concern, and given history, and we've always done it that way. But I think moving forward, there's room for change and improvement, and I don't see anything threatening in here. So I would, I would support it. So we can move on to the motion.
Yeah, go ahead, Cole.
And I'm not going to speak for or against, just a couple points of clarity. One thing that we tried to balance in this is a change like this provides, like was already mentioned, the applicant the right to bring it before council anyways. It would also allow for council to be the appeal board for subdivisions, which provides a different oversight and one that provides more contextual awareness of the county and some of the land use conflicts and the actual bylaws and policies that are in place. And so we're trying to walk that balancing act of council maintains oversight. The flip side of that concern for me is I've been here 3 years. I can think of one subdivision that council amended, and maybe there's, but I can only recall one subdivision recommendation that was even amended from what was proposed in 3 years. Now, at the same time, we get a lot more feedback on development permit applications and other things that council doesn't have the full context on. And it's an information gap because you're not in the weeds on those. So it's like, well, what about this and what about this? But I have yet to see something that has been a gross change in direction from what's been recommended. And so I think for us, the challenge I have, I think this provides a better customer service and maintains council oversight. The challenge I have on the other side is you're going to have less context on all of those things until they come, or if they come before council. So it is a bit of a trust that we can hand that off. And so I know Caitlin tried to walk this with this bylaw, but if there's things you guys want to see differently, it cuts both ways. I just wanted to put it out there that we're not pushing one way or the other. We're trying to set the stage for the strategic plan and some of the other things we've heard from council. So.
John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Reeve Campbell's comments about the fact that this particular council has been very good about making sure that it we're the perspective that we give isn't about helping out one of our friends or our ratepayers. But I also think that, we have to take and that's taking the people out of the situation in the sense that it can be a slippery slope, and there may have been times in the past, and there may be times in the future where that may be an issue, but that also goes with the people in the administration that we have. Right now, I have the utmost confidence in our administration and how they handle things, but that may not necessarily be the case down the road as well. So, I think that comment can be sort of, can work on both sides of it, when we're talking about if there's a change in the individuals. I still, my opinion on this is that we're involved in this and we see this, and even though there isn't necessarily a lot of denials or massive changes, we're actually involved and we know what's happening with it. And to CAO Beck's comment about, we see more problems with the development side. Well, I think that is a natural progression of the fact that has been delegated away from council, meaning council isn't aware of what's happening, and when those complaints come in, we're not aware of it. And moving this subdivision authority into administration's hands will start to garner the same problems that we're having with the development permits, in the sense that there's a lack of context around what's happening with it. So I still can't support this, but thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just the one thing that you had mentioned, Cole, I would be adamantly opposed, no matter how this turns out to be, council being the subdivision appeal authority or board, because it should be an independent body. I mean, once it gets mixed up, it gets back to that old thing, oh, it's my neighbor, so I better support it. I think it's completely an independent process, and it needs to remain that.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For myself, I just find, you get the counselors, we're the eyes and ears out in the community. You're out there talking to people, you're hearing the concerns, you bring that stuff forward when you come into, dealing with the subdivisions, and it's just not necessarily will everybody always contact the office for information or guidance or whatever. So, I still think that it should be held with us and the counselors, and just because we are kind of out in the public there.
Thank you, Tony. So Eric has moved second reading of bylaw 26-016, being the subdivision authority bylaw, second reading. If there is no further discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is lost. Thank you, Kaylin.
So I just want to inform council, I do have, we do need to amend the subdivision authority bylaw, just with us leaving Old Man River Regional Service Commission. So I do have an amended version, and that simply remains subdivision authority with council, and the only thing that is delegated is the subdivision extensions, which are already delegated to Old Man River Regional Service Commission. So it's rather allowing subdivision extensions to only be dealt with administration, which is the status quo. So I do have that bylaw. I can, it can be discussed today, or I can bring it forward at the next meeting.
Yeah, perhaps just given the time,
Yep.
If we could bring that forward, that'd be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaylin. It is past 10 o'clock, so why don't we move in our agenda to item E, our public hearings. If we could recess the public portion of our meeting and move towards our public hearing number 1, 2610. We are here today to hold the public hearing for bylaw 26-010, amendment to the land use bylaw to redesignate a portion of Plan 0815575, Block 1, Lot 2, 112026, Range Road 223, within the Southwest 151123, west of the 4th, from rural agriculture to business light industrial. I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to open a public hearing on bylaw 26-010.
Thank you, John. John has moved to open the public hearing for bylaw 26-010. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube page. Public hearing for bylaw 26-010 is now officially open. I'll now ask for a review of the nature of hearing and an overview of what is being proposed.
Thank you, Council. So bylaw 26-010 is an amendment to our land use bylaw. It is to redesignate a portion of Plan 0815575, Block 1, Lot 2. It is 112-026 Range Road 223. It is redesignated from rural ag to business light industrial. And I'll just pull up the, oh, I'm on the wrong application. There it is. Okay. So the proposal is related to a transportation depot that is currently operating on the site in non-compliance. It was identified back in 2025 when the landowner wanted to expand their existing property and business. We identified that we actually needed to work with the town of Nobleford on an intermunicipal development plan amendment, which was passed before council back in 2025. And one of the next steps was requiring the landowner to do a wetland assessment prior to applying to a rezoning. So now they've completed the wetland assessment, which you'll see on the rezoning map, is specifically that eastern boundary, which is defining the rezoning area. So the redesignation area landed at 43 acres, and it is explicitly excluding that wetland. And the redesignation to the business light industrial will allow the existing business to be brought into compliance, as well as accommodate their proposed building expansion. So before you today is recommendation to read this bylaw for the second and third time. And this is on the basis that it does align with our municipal development plan to support industrial and commercial expansion in areas that are supported through the IDP, and it does accommodate the growth of an existing operation. And with that, any questions?
Thank you, Kaylin. Any questions from council? This is council's opportunity to receive input from the public. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. We ask that you refrain from asking questions to council. The intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councillors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of a councillor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentation to council will start with the applicant who has made a submission, followed by any other persons wishing to comment on the proposal. Please keep your comments to the point. After each speaker, members of council will be permitted to ask questions of the presenter to clarify any details. No debating or questions from the floor will be allowed. Each speaker will be allotted up to 10 minutes. Additional time may be granted at the discretion of council. With that, I would ask if the applicant wishes to speak. I would then ask if there's anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. And for a third and final time, I would ask if there's anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. If there's nothing further, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Eric?
Mr. Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Eric has moved to close the public hearing for bylaw 26-010. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We can now resume our public meeting. Kaylin, do you have anything further?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, I would then open it up to council. Mark and then John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the bylaw 26-010 be read a second time.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the bylaw 26-010 be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That carries. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the bylaw 26-010 be read a third time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the bylaw 26-010 be read for a third time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Kaylin.
Sorry, I did have one small comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I should have mentioned this before third reading, but I wanted to kind of express my appreciation for our administration and the landowner to actually get this into compliance and get things moving in a direction where it's, he's acting well within our bylaws and becoming more in line with our policies and procedures rather than just sort of operating rogue. So thank you very much for all the effort put in on both halves, on the administration and on the part of our ratepayer.
Thank you, John. Moving down, our second bylaw, Bylaw 26-019. We are here today for the public hearing for Bylaw 26-019, amendment to the land use bylaw to revise the definition of specialty manufacturing / cottage industry in Part 9 definitions. I would ask for a motion to open the public hearing for Bylaw 26-019. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to open the public hearing.
Mark has moved to open the public hearing for Bylaw 26-019. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube page. The public hearing for Bylaw 26-019 is now officially open. Excuse me. I will now ask for a review of the nature of the hearing and an overview of what is being proposed. Kaylin.
Thank you. So Bylaw 26-019 is an amendment to the land use bylaw to revise the definition of specialty manufacturing, the cottage industry. So it's Part 9 of our bylaw. And this application came about from a Lethbridge County business who is a specialty manufacturing cottage use on their parcel. They're currently operating on 11.4 acre title, and they have an existing shop, and they're actually unable to expand due to the restrictions of the definition in our land use bylaw. So our land use bylaw intends the specialty manufacturing cottage industry is small-scale, on-site production, fabrication, and processing of goods, and it's really capped at a fixed maximum gross area of 10,000 square feet. And it doesn't connect to lot size or any proximity contextual aspects of the lot. And because this number, 10,000 square feet, is actually within the definition, the Development Authority has no authority to waive it or give any variance. So it's very much a maximum allowed. So we're working with the applicant and recognizing our land use bylaw review is forthcoming. We identified an opportunity to make a minor amendment to our land use bylaw to allow businesses like this to expand and it to be more contextually related to the size of their lot. So this use only actually applies to the rural agricultural zones and rural commercial districts. Rural commercial is a district that is used on like 3 or 4 parcels in the county, so very, very little impact. It's mostly rural agriculture. And so basically the proposal before you is to amend the definition to allow for 2,000 square feet per acre of lot area up to a maximum of 20,000 square feet. And the reason 20,000 was selected as the maximum is because we are looking at this as a rural agricultural adjacent use, and potato storage and similar large agricultural buildings are kind of that 20,000 square feet. So it did seem similar in nature without becoming the category of commercial industrial. So that's why the numbers were proposed, and it's just a minor amendment. I'll pull up the text. The red line is right here for everyone. And really the recommendations is to consider the second and first reading of this, and it does align with our municipal development plan, as we do recognize that adjustments need to be made to support economic growth and rural diversification through strategic and sound planning. And we do recognize that there's a wide range of agricultural and agriculture-related or ancillary land uses that should be considered in our land use bylaw. So with that, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Kaylin. This is council's opportunity to receive input from the public. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. We ask that you refrain from asking questions of council. The intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councilors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of the councilor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentations to council will start with the applicant who has made a submission, followed by any other persons wishing to speak. After each speaker, members of council will be permitted to ask questions. The presenter to clarify any details. Each speaker will be allotted up to 10 minutes. Additional time may be granted at the discretion of council. I would now ask if there's anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. I would ask again if there's anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. And for a third and final time, I would ask if there's anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. If there's nothing further, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we close the public hearing for bylaw 26-019.
Thank you, John. John has moved to close the public hearing for bylaw 26-019. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now resume our public meeting. I would open up to council for any questions or discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having had a couple of ratepayers that have been caught in this particular quandary a few years ago and had to do a significant amount of rezoning in order to get the buildings put together what they needed, I very much welcome this change, and I think that it is a very good common sense approach with the 2,000 per square feet per acre that allows individuals to expand as much as they possibly can within reason on their parcel size. So all that being said, I would like to move that bylaw 26-019 be read a second time.
Thank you, John. John has moved that bylaw 26-019 be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your commenting, you mentioned that due to a hard number in there, there was no ability for waivers or variances. Are we gonna have that the same here as well, that we're gonna hit the 20,000 no matter what? We'd have to amend it, and is there any appetite to have a method of flexibility?
Thank you, Councillor Van Essen. So I did consider different approaches in how we rectify this issue for ratepayers. If we removed it from the definition, yes, we'd have ability to vary it, but I don't think it meets the intent of a land use bylaw because rural agriculture still needs to remain low intensity uses. And at what size of building are we hitting the intensity that it should be considered commercial industrial? So I think this was an interim measure to address the immediate need of our residents and businesses. Well, we need to take a greater look at our land use bylaw of what triggers and is warranted commercial industrial, what is mixed use, and those are conversations we need to have over a larger land use bylaw overhaul and renewal. So that's why the suggested approach was just a minor amendment within our definitions, because really over 20,000 square feet, we should be looking at a commercial industrial use. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the original 10,000 square feet, was that connected to an acre size before too, or?
Thank you, Councillor Ankerman. So no, it was purely this use is limited to 10,000 square feet. So you could have a rural ag title that was 4 acres and technically be allowed 10,000 square feet. It is a discretionary use, so of course the Development Authority would use their discretion, but it wasn't tied to lot size, proximity to roads and highways. It was just a blanket statement in the definition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question for cottage industry, and when you say processing, what exactly do you mean by that? Like when you say processing, would it be an example like the cheese plant up at, is that a cottage industry?
Thank you, Councillor Hickey. So it is quite a catch-all definition. We do use it quite often. You'll see in the definition it includes but not limited to. So it's everything from bakeries, specialty food manufacturing, distilleries, microbreweries, wineries, artisan and craftsmanship, Lutherans, taxidermists, woodworking, furniture making, cabinetry. Like, it is quite a gamut of things. It is often what I see in development permits being used for like ag related industries. This specific one is like manufacturing, steel manufacturing related to agricultural buildings. I've seen it being used for like floral U-picks. I've seen it used for breweries. So it's kind of using the byproducts of agriculture or contributing to the agricultural industry. It kind of goes back. So it is quite broad.
So they actually have to process something, like they just can't store something.
Exactly.
You actually have to, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
John has moved the bylaw 26-019 be read for a second time. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I also understanding it right now that if somebody has a 2-acre parcel, they're capped at 4,000 square feet this time around?
You are correct in that, Councillor Van Essen, and the reason we decided that cap was reasonable is because a lot of rural ag titles are adjacent to a group country residential use, and their accessory buildings are maxed at 4,000 square feet. So in the circumstances where they are directly adjacent to GCR, that would still seem appropriate.
Okay, and there's no flexibility on that number either then?
No, not within the current definition. And if you are a small rural ag title of 2 to 4 acres, you're probably within the vicinity of an urban area. You're probably within the vicinity of substantial number of acreages. So there would be a larger adjacent property impact because you're going to have more fragmentation and more houses. So I wouldn't feel comfortable with the recommendation to expand that for those smaller parcels.
Thank you.
John has moved that bylaw 26-019 be read for a second time. Is there any further questions? Sorry? Is there any further, yeah, for a third time. Is there any further discussion or questions? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Third reading. Lauren?
I would move third reading of bylaw 26-019.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved that bylaw 26-019 be read for a third time. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Kaylin.
Thank you.
That takes us to 10:21. Why don't we take a short recess and return at 10? We'll call the meeting back to order at 10:38 a.m. this morning. We can move in our agenda to administration F2, F2.1, fire investigation, inspection, administrative policy. Good morning, Heath.
Good morning, Council. Today I'd like to talk to you about the Fire Investigation Inspection Administration Policy. Lethbridge County's Quality Management Plan, QMS, formerly known as the Quality Management Plan, presently relies on a Lethbridge County Fire Investigation Inspection Guideline to monitor and govern discretionary fire investigation and inspection decisions. Adopting this policy achieves two things. It gives Fire Safety Codes Officer a document defensible standard of care that satisfies the county's Safety Codes Act obligations, and it also protects ratepayers by reserving formal specialist level investigation for fires that genuinely require it. Fatalities, injuries, suspected criminal activity, or complex incidents, while routine, low complex and vehicle fires are handled at no additional cost by the attending fire officer. So just to give you some a little bit more background, Lethbridge County holds accreditation under the Safety Codes Act through a quality management system accepted by the Safety Codes Council. The Director of Emergency Services acts as the Fire QMS Manager and is the authority having jurisdiction Safety Codes Officer under this accreditation. QMS Schedule C, Section 4.12.5 obligates the county to maintain a defined process for fire investigations and governs fire inspections. Currently, this obligation exists at the QMS level, but has not been operationalized into council-approved policy and clearly defines authority triggers for investigations and limits on contract fire chiefs' actions. Without a form of policy, contracted fire service providers lack clear, consistent direction on when a formal and costly investigation is required versus when a routine assessment by an attending fire officer is sufficient. There is inconsistent application of investigative resources across the county's contracted fire departments, creating both compliance risk and unpredictable cost exposure. And the county is exposed to liability and audit findings from the Safety Codes Council for failing to formalize an accredited process already required under the QMS. So, as far as the financial impact, adoption of the policy is not expected to create new direct costs to the county. Rather, it formalizes and constrains existing practice. It is expected to reduce or avoid costs associated with unnecessary engagement of an NFPA 1033 qualified investigator or external specialist for low complexity incidents that can be documented by an attending fire officer at no additional cost. Duplicated fire investigation of vehicle fires already covered by insurer retained experts, and potential liability and remediation costs arising from inconsistent or undocumented investigation decisions. So with that, Council, I would like to give the recommendation that Council approve and adopt policy number 219, Fire Investigation and Inspection Policy, as an integrated component of the county's Quality Management Plan, QMS V1-4, or .4. Any questions?
Heath, I would open it up to council for questions and discussion. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heath, as you know, with my background, I had particular interest in this, and reading through your proposal, I think it's something that makes sense. You know, in my world outside of municipal politics, has been many a time where I've gone to a scene where we've had multiple fire investigators, and it is an extraordinarily straightforward and easy to determine situation. So you kind of wonder where the resources are spent and why they're spent on that. So I appreciate the common sense approach to this particular policy. And all that being said, I would like to move that Council approve and adopt policy number 219, Fire Investigation Inspection Policy, as an integrated component of the county's Quality Management System, QMS version 1.4.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that Council approve and adopt policy number 219, Fire Investigation Inspection Policy, as an integrated component of the county's Quality Management System, QMS version 1.4. Is Is there any further questions or discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Just a quick clarification. So if we've contracted out this to the other departments within the county, so if there is an investigation held or if it's not done properly, the risk falls back on the county?
No.
No.
It would be under the certification of the fire investigator.
Okay.
Or the fire officer that was in instant command on scene.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thanks, Heath. Moving down, F22, request for financial relief.
Okay. All right, just to give you a summary, on June 15th, 2024, Lethbridge County Contracted Fire Services responded to a rescue incident at Kehoe Lake. Ms. Hillary Lee, the individual rescued, has since received invoicing for the associated emergency response costs and has formally requested that council consider financial relief with respect to these charges. Ms. Lee's request indicates that the incident was unplanned and unexpected with no insurance coverage for this type of rescue. Ms. Lee is not disputing the costs that are owed, but is requesting council's consideration of relief given the financial hardship and full cost invoice would represent, and has offered to enter into a reasonable monthly payment arrangement for any amount ultimately determined to be payable. Just to give you some further background, Ms. Hillary Lee required emergency rescue assistance at Kehoe Lake. Lethbridge County's contracted emergency response resources attended and carried out the rescue and subsequent transport. Following the response, Ms. Lee was invoiced for associated emergency response costs under the county standard cost recovery practice. Ms. Lee has submitted written correspondence requesting council's consideration of financial relief. She states that the need for rescue was entirely unexpected and unplanned. She was not advised during the response, rescue, or transport that significant personal charges could result. The resulting invoice came as a surprise and represents a significant financial hardship. No insurance coverage is available to her for this type of rescue, and she will be willing to establish a reasonable monthly payment arrangement for any amount council determines ultimately payable. Ms. Lee has expressed appreciation for the professionalism and the responders and is not disputing that emergency services involve real costs. Her request is limited to council's consideration of relief for a full invoice amount given the specific circumstances. As far as financial impact, the financial impact to the county depends on the option selected by council, ranging from a full recovery to the invoice emergency costs, option A, or to fully write off the invoice amount to option C. What I would like to look at as far as a recommendation, council receives this report for information and provide direction to administration regarding Ms. Lee's request for financial relief, including whether to direct administration to bring forward an amendment to Fire Bylaw number 22-002, establishing a cost recovery cap applicable to rare and unusual emergency events of this nature, or otherwise resolve this matter as follows. Uphold the invoice as issued with administration to offer a monthly payment arrangement or approve a partial reduction of the invoiced amount and the balance payable via monthly payment arrangement, or waive the charges in full in light of a unique circumstance presented, or direct administration to prepare an amendment to Fire Bylaw number 22-002, establishing a cap cost recovery of $1,500 for unusual emergency events. Example, unplanned water ice rescues where advance warning of charges was not practicable, and apply this cap to this invoice. So with that, any questions?
Thank you, Heath. I'll open it up. I'll go to Cole first. Go ahead, Cole.
Thank you, council. I just wanted to add, when we reviewed this, because I think the letter speaks to a lot of things or rationale that would apply to any fire response. Unplanned, unexpected Where administration believes it diverges is, I think there's a reasonable expectation that people carry property insurance, like fire, risk mitigation, response. I think this falls outside of that, and so we struggled with this. We somewhat pulled the $1,500 out of the air, where it's, hey, there's some accountability and there's a discretionary component to that. But this is one of those ones that not only is it potentially the worst day of somebody's life, it is also not a reasonable expectation that they would have insurance for this type of a response. We don't do an excessive amount of them, and we struggled to come up with what that exact structure should be. There's been some very, very tragic responses in the province recently. And on the worst day of somebody's life, the last thing I want to do is deliver an invoice to them for something like that there could have been no reasonable expectation that they could have mitigated the financial implications. So I don't think there's a perfect solution. We've put what we've come up with in front of council, but I wanted to be very transparent in how we worked through this and trying to deduce a reasonable recommendation.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Something that's missing on this is, how much was the bill we sent?
Total bill, I don't have the exact number, but it's around, I believe, $11,000.
Follow up on that? Sorry. When we first put in the bylaw for emergency services, and my thought process in my head was around fire and emergency responses associated with that, because that is something that, as a homeowner or a vehicle owner, you have the ability to actually purchase insurance. And so the whole premise behind that was, there is an insurable avenue or an area where there's another avenue for payment. So I felt at the time that it was unfair for the municipality to take the fire services charges of an individual when there is an avenue where a reasonably prudent individual could purchase insurance to indemnify themselves for that. So it's not fair to put that burden on all of the ratepayers specifically. In circumstances like this, there just truly is no insurance that anybody could buy for this. So circumstances like this would fall outside of my mindset and intention when we were having the initial discussion, I think now 5 years ago, about deferring costs onto individuals, because as I said, there's just no possible way that anybody could or should be expected to purchase insurance for this. So as in terms of options, A, B, C, or D, I'm not sure where I would fall on that. In this particular circumstance, like amending the bylaw, I think that's a separate issue from this particular conversation. I think the bigger conversation has to be around what do we do in the future on this, but the conversation in front of us right now is what do we do in this particular circumstance, and I'm not 100% certain where I want to land on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this was another one that, I read through several times, and, I sympathize. I feel bad for the young lady. She's, she made a mistake. I think she owns it. Throwing an $11,000 bill at her, I don't think is the right thing. I think that there should be something. So the option D that you've given there is to put a $1,500 cap. That's something that's affordable, be a life lesson for that, but it's still, there's something. It's not that we set a precedent by waiving the entire fee. So I think, based on your recommendation, your report here, I would, so I could certainly support that recommendation D as an option, just moving forward. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there a part of this that a significant bill came from the water rescue portion, and was there a portion that potentially Lethbridge County didn't have contracts in place or things in place that we could have had in place or maybe even should have had in place.
Right. Councillor Van Essen, thank you for the question. Yes, there was water rescue efforts and there was costs associated with it. I have been in consultation with the City of Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services, as far as would they be willing to work with this, the billing process, and they are willing, and I have a verbal agreement at this point with Deputy Chief Chris Tamaris, and we are going to move forward with that, and he has promised me that they will look at some type of relief, if not all of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to Councillor Van Essen. I would just add that even with our agreements, we are liable to pay the response rates, either negotiated rates, and they vary. City of Lethbridge has their own schedule of fee bylaw, and then north of the river we pay the Alberta transportation rates, and we have a different agreement with Coaldale. So there would be a cost impact to our ratepayers by changing this. I know Haley is just pulling the actual cost of this response, and then maybe if I could ask Keith to speak to the number of these types of calls we see on average a year. I know we had discussed that, and it was fairly small, but there is a financial implication to making this change.
Go ahead.
Based on the details that I just see on the invoice, the total bill was $9,182.50. That was billed between various stations and various municipalities, including the City of Lethbridge. The bill is now $12,855.50 because she continues to incur finance charges because she has not made any payments to the outstanding invoice. So that just gives you a little bit more context.
And to answer the question as far as occurrence, it's very rare that these, they do come up, and sometimes you'll get one or two a year, but then you might not get one for 5 years. So these are unique circumstances, and being a first responder myself in my past, I can definitely say that these are rare occurrences, and they don't happen that much, but when they do, they're life impacting, and now this is financially impacting for her as well.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I feel we should put a proposal out there, one way or other. We've often discussed at length, reductions and the things against it. That's been talked about at length. So I'm just going to put a proposal out there. Half of original bill on terms is my proposal.
So as I'm sitting here contemplating this whole circumstance, I come back to, the original intent of us passing the bylaw about putting emergency services onto individuals was the intent behind that was to mitigate costs for the county and for our ratepayers for circumstances where there was the potential for the responsible parties to carry insurance to cover off their potential liability on this. And looking at that and looking at the intent of what we originally tried to do, and realizing that, a rescue of this nature and a water rescue or anything where there is actually human life in peril, I'd be more apt to just, either waive the charges or put it down to a very nominal fee. I really struggle with us putting a financial burden on somebody for a rescue. And part of the reason I struggle with this is that if, we do this and we set a precedent on it and we say, okay, well, we'll give you payments on that, but then, what happens the next time that somebody's trapped out on Kehill Lake and they hear about this and they start thinking, oh gee, I can't afford it, so I'm not going to call a rescue, and then we end up with the body recovery situation. I don't think that passing this bill on to this individual meets the intent of what we originally were trying to do. And I don't think that it's something that us as a municipality should be looking at doing just from moral grounds, to be perfectly honest. I think the right thing to do in this circumstance is understand that this is not an insurable situation. They have no potential of passing this on to recovery. Even if they wanted to buy insurance for this, it's just not something that is available. So I think I would be more in favor of just either full-on waiving this or just having a very nominal charge.
Maybe a question to council. Is there an appetite from council to, as option D suggests, is there an appetite to enact an amendment to establish a cap moving forward? I know I maybe just to separate the two from this incident to moving forward, I think we could potentially take a two-pronged approach if that was council's appetite. Is there an appetite from council to look at amending that and instituting a cap?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can appreciate the attempt on that, and I think that there will be an avenue, but there are two unintended consequences. Next thing you know, we are on for something significant, and using John's logic of, well, they could have got insurance or they couldn't have, could set us up for some significant liability in these situations. So I don't think that is a discerning mark. We all have our bills and responsibilities on that. So yes to recovery, or to a cap, but gonna be pretty tight guidelines if I were to support it.
Thoughts? John?
I would concur with Councillor Van Essen that if we were going to put a cap on that, it would have to be very specifically set up for a unique set of circumstances and not just an unusual circumstance. Because, you know, if there's a potential loophole for somebody to come in and say, well, you know, I couldn't get insurance because that would degrade the nature of the bylaw. So, you know, I'd be willing to certainly look at an amendment to the bylaw, but I think it would, you know, to Councillor Van Essen's point, it would have to be very, very specific about what those circumstances would be.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with that. I think that getting into the specific details is going to be a bit of a challenge, but I would certainly look at that.
Thank you.
Just again, to reiterate what I said before, I would support just giving this young lady an invoice for the $1,500. I think $4,500 is too steep, and I think it was just young girl, stupid, you know, bad choices, and I think it's the right thing to do. And again, tied to the insurance pieces, everybody's had their say here today. So, but I think that's would be my recommendation, is that we just give her an invoice for $1,500.
You making that a motion?
I can, if you want to do that, or if this is, this report is just being received for information, so this is moving forward. You're not
No,
asking.
there is two elements to it, Mark, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'd make it a motion that we, if you'd like that, that's.
And then just, if, how would I read that?
And then review the bylaw and clarify.
Would you be comfortable with item D then, Mark?
Yep.
Making that as a motion?
Yeah, with the amendment that Eric had talked about around tightening up that definition of the emergency, what's an unusual emergency, to clarify that further.
So that would come back to council for approval then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I may. Well, I think these are two steps. One would be amending the bylaw, which is something that would have to happen at a different meeting. But the other issue is, what do we do with this young lady at this particular point in time?
That's right.
So-
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, but if we did a motion covering just what we would like to do with this lady, would probably clean things up for administration, right?
I'm just directing traffic, however you'd like to, however you'd like to proceed. If Mark, if you want to make that a single motion, to adjust the invoice, to $1,500, I think that would satisfy this for the time being, and then perhaps we could get a second motion to direct administration to bring back, Fire Bylaw, 22-002. Would that be, agreeable to staff? Okay, so then
Yes.
Mark, I'll let you use your words. You go ahead, how you like, if it, sorry, go ahead.
So I would move that we invoice Ms. Hillary Lee $1,500 for this event.
Okay. Is there any questions or discussion on that motion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Definitely disagree with the $1,500. The basis of the $1,500 is being prepared on the who and not the what, and we're trying to look at it as a young unfortunate person who made a bad decision, and we are trying to set not only policy, but also everything has an expense, and expenses are large. So, although it may be unpopular, I'd like to make an amendment to your motion to the $4,500, and if that gets defeated, that's okay, but I think that it needs to be more, and that they're, yeah, you book an ambulance, you get a bill. You book anything, and to say that, well, I'm not going to go to the hospital. I just spent time where a 15-minute hospital visit was $1,000. It's the fact of health services, and so anyway, my motion is an amendment to yours for $4,500.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I'm assuming that you don't deem that as a friendly amendment, Mark? Okay, so then we'll deal with the amendment. Eric has amended to change the $1,500 and amend that to $4,500. So is there any further discussion on that? Okay, I'll call the question on the proposed amendment, changing the invoice amount from $1,500 to $4,500. Any further discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? So that is defeated. We will now go back to Mark's initial motion to invoice for this incident in the amount of $1,500. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That then carries. I would now entertain a motion to direct administration to bring back Fire Bylaw number 22002. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to direct administration to bring back an amendment to Fire Bylaw number 22-002 to cap recovery costs at a specified amount for unusual emergency events, and the events to be very, very specific.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that motion to direct administration to bring back an amendment to Fire Bylaw 22-002 to establish a cap and type parameters on the specifics of the incidents?
Just kind of thinking out loud, thank you. How would you define those special?
Yeah, I think maybe just bringing it back would probably
Yeah,
be
I
more.
don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Sure. We don't need to wordsmith that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand what you guys are
Yeah.
referring to.
You're comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable
Just to
with
bring
that.
that back? Okay.
Yeah.
So John has directed administration to prepare an amendment to Fire Bylaw number 22-002. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heath.
Thank you.
We have two pieces of correspondence before us today. Item 1 from the National Police Federation. You can read that at your leisure. At the bottom, you'll see there's a couple of bullet points regarding Alberta Sheriff's cease further investment in and advancement to the Alberta Sheriff's Police Service as a replacement RCMP, release comprehensive and independent and public available feasibility studies, and a number of other bullet points there. Like I said, read that at your leisure. And our second item of correspondence is from the Southern Alberta Chinese Association, the 2026 barbecue, August 30th, at the Rotary Picnic Shelter, there's entertainment, food service, and the cost is $25 per adult and $15 per children. Children under 4 are free. If you'd like to attend that, I'm sure we can arrange. Talk to Candace and we'll make that happen. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Weren't they also requesting a sponsorship? Like instead of the city of Lethbridge, they wanted us to be the sponsor for their page? Or did I misread her email when I got it? Oh.
No, there is the second link there, Candace, the letter. City of Lethbridge sponsored our event last year. We are hoping Lethbridge County might consider supporting us this year as well, if possible. We would include the county's logo on our poster. I would open up to council for, if you would like to, if someone's interested in pursuing that. Go ahead, Lauren.
Just, did it have a figure in it?
There is no financial number, no.
What is our usual donation policy? Like, oh,
Couple hundred usually, or what would it, I don't know what the policy would cover.
I would move that we'd make a donation of $200 towards their request for the poster.
Okay, so Lauren has moved to donate $200, I'm assuming from the councillor discretionary, or from, where would you like that to come from? Council donation? Okay, from the council donation fund? That's okay. Yep, okay. So Lauren has made that motion. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, thanks, Lauren. Okay, I think that takes us to the end of our public meeting for now. We do have our 11:30 delegations. We do have a few larger items to try and move through in closed. So why don't we move into a closed session? I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Mark has moved to go into a closed session at 11:11 this morning. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Sound good? Okay, whenever you're ready. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order at 12:30 this afternoon. We have 2 items remaining for discussion in closed session. Item 3, intermunicipal matters, ATIA Section 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. And item 4, CAO report, ATIA Sections 19, 20, 28, and 29. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to enter a closed session again. John has moved to go to the closed session at 12:31 this afternoon. Any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Out of closed session, we have one item. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that Lethbridge County support the proposed Green Acres Foundation to borrow $10 million for the $26 million capital project of the Affordable Seniors Apartment Building at 105 Katharina Boulevard West, Lethbridge. And that Lethbridge County understands that the request for $10 million in external financing requires ministerial approval, and the Lethbridge County acknowledges that under the Alberta Housing Act, member municipalities continue to be requisitioned to fund operating costs of seniors' lodging facilities.
Thank you, John. John has made that motion. Is there any discussion? No, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Anything else with our public meeting today?
Motion to adjourn.
Eric is adjourned at 1:28.